Welcome, Wezolo, Aquapa, Ponarive. Welcome, Wezolo, Aquaba, Ponarive.
Bamborapa,
Zimbera mama zimbe, 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 Zimbera mama zimbe.
now we welcome you in the name of the Lord into the midst of the people of God. We love you with all of our hearts. Your coming shall not be in vain. Now we welcome you in the name of the Lord into the midst of the people of God. We love you with all of our hearts. Your coming shall not be in vain. Now
Welcome, Wezolo, Aquaba, Ponarive. Welcome, Wezolo, Aquaba, Ponarive.
Africa, and we are born in Jamaica. But every day, some people are talk like they are born in Africa.
Indians were celebrating at an all-night birthday party for two young friends.
That night, we were there at the party, and for people outside looking in, I mean, maybe they can just imagine.
Just before 6 o'clock this morning, the singing and dancing gave way to panic as flames shot through the upper floors and screaming teenagers began to leap from the windows.
The feeling was that it had been another racist attack. Racist attacks were happening on a daily basis in that area.
There had been a great amount of far-right activity in Deptford.
National Front is white men's front! Join the National Front!
They attacked the youth clubs, they attacked the Albany Centre.
3 years ago, the old Albany Theatre was gutted by fire.
Places of entertainment for black people. There was another firebomb at the Moonshot Youth Club, both literally a stone's throw from 439 New Cross Road.
Paul's family home was 439 New Cross Road. Paul was fun, free, outgoing. That's a picture with his sister Yvonne. Yvonne had actually said to me and Paul, I'm going to ask Mum if I can have a birthday party. What do you think Mum will say? Paul said, we'll see what we can do. We got there just after about 8:30. Everybody was running around and people were being served drinks, food was being cooked.
The party was great. You had generations coming in at different times. So you had the younger ones who were there from the beginning, and then you had the older ones who were coming in at like 12 o'clock. So loads of people were there.
The older adults were having their sort of own little party in the kitchen.
At 5:30 in the morning, I could still see people dancing. I started to smell something, like burning.
The ground floor front room was totally ablaze. People ran out into the street and Paul was next to me. He said to me, where's Yvonne? Have you seen Yvonne? I said, no. I think she's still in there, Paul. With that, he said, stay out, and he just ran straight into the house.
Everything's gone out, there's no electric, I can't see anybody, I don't know what's going on. And all hell broke loose.
There were some guys trapped in it. I think they must have run up to the top floor and they were having trouble getting the windows open. And I can remember these guys kicking the windows out and literally taking a run and jump.
It was just horrific. A girl and a boy, they just sort of fell right down into a basement.
I just remember kids lying on stretchers, burnt till they were pink, and the smell of burning flesh, that'll go to my grave.
There was just smoke everywhere. And then afterwards, people were telling me that some white man had thrown a petrol bomb through the window.
I saw this bloke standing up in the pavement. Then he made this throwing movement with his right hand.
The fire had started within the ground floor front room. The smoke would have been very hot, would have reduced their visibility to near zero within seconds, and they would have inhaled the fire fumes and succumbed very quickly.
Witnesses had seen a car and a man go to the door and they'd seen his arm raised. The investigative team were aware that a firebomb was possible, but there was nothing found inside the house. So there was no forensic evidence that a missile had come through the house. It wasn't there.
One of the things that we were trying to ascertain was whether a projectile had entered the room. Typically, you find the neck and the base of the bottle and the remains of the wick stuck in the neck. That's very common. We didn't find any of that evidence.
Secondly, it was discovered the man who went to the house and drove off quickly, he had seen the fire. He stopped his car. He ran to the house, banged on the door or whatever. I think the heat was so fierce that he went like that.
He raised his right arm above his head in a protective movement. And possibly Carl Wright has got this particular action mixed up with what he described as a throwing movement.
The police, they didn't like the theory of it being a racist attack. So Suddenly, the finger was pointed at the partygoers, and the media was pandering to police prejudice, vilifying the young people as if they somehow were involved in this horrific fire.
There were contradictions in what people were saying. And because of the clash within people's statements that weren't being cohesive, there were reconstruction interviews of a certain number of people that were contradicting each other.
The police make choices. People were being led by particular forms of questioning, particular lines of questioning, to commit themselves to saying all kinds of things that they didn't even know about.
The police came shortly after I'd come out of hospital. I'm only 11, and it was scary. It was not how I expected it to be. It just seemed like they already had their version of what they're saying happened. They were saying, well, other people said they saw you here. Other people said that you were here. So if other people are saying it, then it must be true.
I think in the climate of the times, attitudes were too polarised, and there were individual police officers whose attitude left a lot to be desired as far as I was concerned.
One day, police arrived, knocked on the door and said, "We'd like you to come down for an interview." As I sat in the car, one of them turned around, the one in the front passenger seat turned around and looked at me, and he said, "How's a boy like you get mixed up with these bunch of..." using the N-word.
What clues have you as to the motive for this fire?
I don't feel that there is any racialism, and neither do I feel that there is any aspects of any outside political extremists.
There was just a lot of hate at that time, it seems. Very tense. Very tense. But I'll tell you this, that every one of us tried our hardest to get to the bottom of it and to find out how that fire was started and who did it.
After 13 days in court and more than 80 hours of evidence from nearly 60 witnesses, it took the jury just 2 hours to come to an open verdict. Mrs. Armser Ruddock, who gave the party and lost 2 children in the fire, was in no mood to accept it.
An open verdict was what I expected, but it is not what it should be. It should be murder.
The verdict signaled to the Black community that the police, the media, courts, basically all felt that those lives didn't matter.
I was unfortunate to lose my brother Andrew at a very young age and lose a lot of friends. There's some friends that I had at that party that I'd started secondary school with. Tony, I mean, he escaped from there. But after about 1.5 years, he, it was really sad. That fire had a massive, massive impact on Tony. Tony was all right before. Whatever justice we get, it still doesn't bring back. I just want Andrew and my friends back.
Welcome, 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 Galaxy family. This is the Blacknificent Show. We're on the Galaxy of Huey.net. Just putting in some memories and to do a remembrance as well as we enter that time of year where they had the New Cross fire, you know? Remembering that they're going to have a service of remembrance at St. Andrew's Community, UCF Church, UFC Church, right? United Reformed Church, down there in Broccoli, and that will take place tomorrow.
But I seem to find my way over. Wandering lost, and I traveled along wide cliffs of gold. Many rivers to cross, and it's only my will that keeps me alive. I've been living stuck for years, and I need to survive because of my pride. And it's not it's such a trap. I woman legend didn't say why. Some dreadful night.
You know, we don't finish yet, innit?
Silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Love can make the world each brighter, like the sun that follows the rain. And you can make my walk alright, then your song's not in vain. So fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. If you see someone who's lonely, as you fly along the way, tell her she will meet her one and only, who will share her love one day. So I fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Love can make the world seems brighter, like the sun that follows the rain. And if you can make that one alright, then your song is not in vain. So fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away.
Yes. Oh, just a moment. You see, we run gone again. Anyhow, welcome to the Blacknificent show here on the galaxyofwe.net. Why, I'm going to do some juggling today. I'm going to tell you this now. I'm going to tell you from the outset, okay? Right, lines are open on 0203289654. right? And also the texting and WhatsApp is also open on 079 Okay, so you can contact us through those two mediums. I will be giving out those numbers on a regular basis, right? Our sister Sandra is standing by in Jamaica, okay? And she says that she'll be able to stay to link with us for a few hours. And then she's going off to do some other works as well. Okay, so anyhow, we'll see everything link up. I will tell you from the outset. I forgot a part that connects all the audio in here. So we're gonna see how I can work it. If I can work it, and then let's see how it works. Okay. Anyhow, but apart from that, let's just move on with the program. Right. Opening credits, obviously dedicated to all those who lost their lives in that tragic incident down there in New Cross. That house where the fire was, it was around the corner from the school that I used to attend. And that was the annex of the Southeast London Boys School. Okay. And of course, in attendance was a lot of people that we know in our community as well, right? And some of the people who passed away, they were also students at my school, right, which was Southeast London Boys. So for me, I'm thinking, why is it that I can see so many other crimes being solved, but this one, it just never seems to be come to an end. Why is that? I've seen over the years where there has been miscarriage of justice, right? And eventually they have found the individuals who were guilty of the attack. And even now they are claiming their innocence, but yet they reenact the exact event, right? And how them get them camera there and all them things there to get them capture them doing their foolishness. I don't know, but it was there, and so said, so done. Yeah. I'm talking about the Stephen Lawrence. But this one, yeah, mainly because they were all around my age, right? Most of the people that was there, that was my age, And I remember that. I do remember that Sunday. Right? I didn't go to the party itself directly, but I was out on my morning run, the Sunday morning run, right? And as I remember running past there, because there used to be across the road from there used to be a showroom that had American vintage cars. This is why I remember it very vividly. Right? And they used to have about 4 or 5, about 4 or 5 cars outside the front of this place here. So I would slow down and have a look, and then continue up to Blackheath. Right? So by the time I get up to Blackheath now and come down, and I'll go to Blackheath once around the park, and then come back down. Right? There was a load of what you call them? Fire brigade and everybody out there, police and fire brigade and everything, you know. And I see, oh, look on this now. House catch fire and everything, you know. And obviously at the time you're not really taking in what the impact of it all is, you know. You just know say a house get burned and everything, so right. And there was people around. There was a people around, but it wasn't no big crowd or anything so out there, you know. But you know, it was still like a road. They closed off the road and everything. So I made my way home, and then obviously the Sunday and the Monday when I returned to school. No, when I returned to school, I said, "Whoa!" And then you hear say certain people get catch up in the fire and all this. And I said, "What? What?" So yeah, they get catch up into the fire, you know, and then certain people die and all that. And then, you know, that's when you're looking around and they said, whoa, missing face, certain man and all that. I know what? And for a young person, you know, of that time there, it can be very traumatic, you know. Very traumatic. But remember, you know, we're just in our late teens, early 20s, and life is as good as what it was at the time. You know, life was as good as what it was at the time. So when we hear about things like that, right? It would be very unusual for something like that to happen. You know, yeah, you know, certain people get injured and things, but to die, death, and then what rubbed it in? Because every youth and young man used to walk with either a sun or a mirror or something and stick out their back pocket in them days there, the newspaper. Right on the front page is basically they were just laughing in the face. Laughing in the face of us as the black community. Yeah. Right. And of course, then it became public. And when they rolled it out into the public eye, it got even worse. It got even worse. So that's why it got to the state of, you know what? We're gonna hold this account. And we was holding the press and the government to account. We were holding them to account. So obviously, when that demonstration was put together, I think it's going to be one of the few occasions, if you were there and you were part of it, you will never forget that. You will never forget it. Same. You will never forget it. And yes, we were looking at how they were going to come and who was going to come. Yes. Yeah. But I'm on the radio at the moment. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Lady Will. Oh, right. Okay. Right, listen, can you call back later on, please? About 3:30? Uh-huh. Okay then. Right. Right. Listen, I'm doing a radio show at the moment, right? Could you call back after, please? I said 3:30. Yeah, yeah. Okay then. Thank you then. Yeah. Right. So anyhow, thank you, family. Yeah, so when we was there and we was gathered together, and of course our blood is boiling now, right? And I'm gonna say as well, I'm gonna say it as well. Thankfully, there were some level-headed people around us, Darkus, yeah, and such like. There were some level-headed people around us, right? Who had guided us through other incidences, and they were the community leaders, elders at the time, right? Of their time. Yeah? And remember, this is supposed to be a peaceful demonstration, but it's a demonstration to say, you know what? Show some respect for us. We've had a loss here, right? And of course, yes, it went to the ear of the queen of the time. It went to the ear of the queen of the time, but she never addressed it directly. But her son did. Her son, yeah. You understand? We, as a black community, came together. All ages, It wasn't just young people. It was all ages. And we come together. Right? Boy and girl, man and woman. And yes, we watched. And I remember walking down that Fleet Street, that's so. And the brazenness as we walked down Fleet Street. Fleet Street was the newspaper area, because all the newspapers used to be down Fleet Street, right? And it's just off Trafalgar Square, there, so, right? All the newspapers used to be down there, right? Because the law courts is just up the road from there too, right? So as the news come out the court, they just run to the paper and blah 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 and everything else, whatever. Anyhow, and then them start come out about them a dash paper upon we and shout out abusers and all them things there. Are you crazy? You see the whole street full, brim to brim, with certain people that demonstrate. And then you want to come do them things there? Let me tell you something. Again, I said, good for level-headed people there. Good for level-headed people. Right? Because if it wasn't for them, certain people, and certain respect that we had for elders, but them know say we had enough of this foolishness now. And of course, some of us get braver when we're together, Some of us get braver when we're together. But I'm going to tell you now, that we were ready for it. We were ready. The fire was burning. The fire was burning and ready. And you know what I did? You know what I did? I looked at those places there, right? I was, I would buy a paper, every now and then or whatever. And, you never really think about it. You just never think about it. You just pick one up. You probably, something? You probably just pick it up and not even read it to rock stone. Right? That's how we used to move. Yeah, certain people used to do. Go to read paper. Yeah? But ever since that day, I swore I would never touch one of them again, I would never touch one of them again. So all that paper there called Sun, Mirror, Daily Express, right? All them like Sunday paper, all them things there. No, I don't bother pick them up again. Never. Yeah? And you know the sad thing about this thing is that as time has gone on, you think things will change, wouldn't you? You would think that people would learn and oh no. They haven't learned. They have not learned. And if I get the information on it, I would say I'm going to bring it up on here. Yesterday, I was on the hold on, sorry. Yeah, yesterday I was on what it was now. I was watching I wasn't watching it, but it was on anyhow. It was on morning program. And there's a young brother on there with the usual pundits. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's the young girl who sit down with Jeremy Vine. Anyhow. So she was running her little program on the side. It was good. She's usually an arse, but still, But I gotta tell you now, I had to do a standing ovation. How the person who was there co-presenting tried to overrun the guest speaker with them, or guest presenter with them. And they were back and forth and talking over each other and everything, but he would not give quarter. He would not give way to this person. Because I thought for a moment, and as he said it as well, oh, shall we go for a break now? And she goes, oh, no, we're not going for a break. And I go, good. So I will continue. And as as he continued, she tried to come in again for him with a cynical type of commentary, right? And he just had to put her in his place, put her in her place, and tell her, say, yo, listen, you're a white woman. Because you can't tell me, a black man, about who I am and where I am and what I'm feeling. You don't know nothing about black people. Right? And him tell her. I have to give him full credit. Full credit. Because I'm going to tell you, if anybody was watching that and have any sense of, well, who is this woman to be telling us about this and telling us about that, about our culture? And he just put her into the corner and make sure said that she can't say most. And it wasn't even a case, it was an attack, you know. It was a case of, no, keep quiet, woman. Right? And it's not a sexist. I don't mean in a sexist manner. Just keep yourself quiet. Because you don't know what we are talking about right here, and allow us to express what exactly is what needs to be expressed. This society that we live under, this society that we live in, called England, Europeanism, westernized, needs to be checked. It needs to be checked. We're very fortunate that we've got this medium called the Galaxy, Galaxy of the We.net. We're very fortunate that we've got this, right? And if you want to as well, you can join and view us live right now on the Facebook as well, on the Blacknificent Radio Show, and also on the YouTube on the Blacknificent Radio Show. You can see us live. Put your comments into there as well, and I can see them right here live in the studio too. Right? But we have to make sure that our defense is such a way that they can only just look from a distance and feel the pain. If they even thought that what they're thinking, they would feel the pain. They'll feel a pain, a disturbance. We've allowed them to get away with too much. We are allowing them to get away with too much. And this is why. I'll guarantee, yes, somebody's going to phone in and complain about the way how he backed them up into the corner. I know somebody's going to call in and call, but then again, we should counteract that with support for the way how he did that, and hold his dignity too. He held his dignity to such an extent that they couldn't even retort. They could not even retort. And did he have to shuffle in his chair? No. He was sat back and relaxed. Pure words, pure mouth. Articulation to the finest. Big up my African brother. Go on with it, man. Go on with it. This is a type of battles that we are facing continuously in this system, yourself. You're facing it continuously. And sometimes we get tired. Sometimes we get weary. But it doesn't mean that we have to stop. If you see a brother and you see a sister that needs assistance, don't let it be the second thought, oh, I wish I coulda, woulda. Make it be your first action. To be there for your brother or sister. Yeah? You understand? I'll share you something. I was there in the shop, just across the road from where I live there, sir. And a woman came there. Right? And she's standing there, and she's counting out her change in her purse. And then she said, oh, I don't have enough to buy this and that, so let me put down something. Right? So I said, you know something? And I reach across the person who was in front of me. I said, here, hold this. But she never hear me. Right? And she go, oh, no, it's okay, I'll go and do that. And then she went to go back again. And then the person in front realized then, say, oh, it's only a few items that she wanted. So, yeah, I would have helped her. I did say, I didn't even say anything really, but I just, in my head was, okay then, all right. Right? And then when she returned back now, after putting the items down, she said, oh, I'll come later to give you the other change and everything. Yeah? And the shopkeeper said, yes, that's okay. That's okay. Right? And then that's when the man stand up and say, oh, I would have helped you. I would have paid. And he goes, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. And I thought to myself, boy, it's not that me a push up. But there's one man in front of me, and he's not even in his thinking to say, you know what, let me just help out somebody if I can. If I can. But what you have to do? You just do what you can do. When you can do it. Yeah? You understand? It could just literally be just make a phone call for somebody, right? Because that there's a lot of elderly brothers and sisters who are on their own, right? Could be a young person as well, a young mother who's there with her children, who could just have a little help, little support somewhere, because, boy, I'll tell you, children can be tiring as well, You just have the children for yourself. It can be tiring, And if you need any help, assistance, or even just a connection, see, we're there. Galaxy, FOE.net. And on the lines as well, you can call in, especially in a program like this one as well, the Blacknificent Show. You can call in, tell us what one. Yeah? 0203-289-6504. That's the number to call in right now. And then you have the 079-47-479-219 as well. Hey. All right. So, my people, I want to drop this on here, All right then. Peter, come true, man. Come, Peter.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. You preacher man, don't tell me heaven is under. You are dummy and you don't know what life is really worth. It's not all that glitter is gold, and half the story has never been told. So now we see the light. We're gonna stand up for our rights. Come on, get up, stand up. Brother, stand up for your rights. Come on, get up, stand up. Sister, don't give up the fight. I'm begging you to get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. I said don't give up the fight. Cause you don't most people good thing. Straight God will come from the skies and take away everything and left everybody dry. But if you know what life is worth, you would look for yours right here on earth. And now we see the light. We gonna stand up for our rights. Come on, get up, stand up. Don't make them push you around. Stand up for your rights. Come on, brothers, get up, stand up. And break down, don't give up the fight. I say, get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Don't let them hold you down. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Sick and tired of this game of technology. Humbly asking Jesus for his mercy. We know that we understand. Almighty Jah living man. You lose some people sometimes, but you can't put all the people all the time. And now we see the light. We gonna stand up for our rights. Come on, get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Come on, brothers, get up, stand up. I say, don't give up the fight. I say, get up, stand up. Stand up for your
Right. Get up and stand up. Hey, get up and stand up, Peter. Boy, I tell you. This was the chant of the day. Get up and stand up. That's right. Stand up straight. Stand up and fight them. Ah, boy, I tell you. What a time that we've had, eh? What a time we've had. Now it's a new thing. Or is it? Or is it? Huh. As the year moves through now, we've moved through halfway through the month now. Right? 15. Tomorrow, as I say, we have a memorial service for the New Cross fire down there in St. Andrew's Church, down there in Brockley Road and Wickham Road, right? Down there in Brockley. So, that's for, I think it's 10 o'clock, 10:30. Is it 10:30? Let me just check. I got it on there. I think Brother Durham did put the information on now here. What's it, Brother Derek? Wait, oh, come on now. I'm sure you did put it in there. All right. Hold on, people. I think I've got it. That's it. Where is it? Here we are. No, that's Fairfield. Oh, where it gone? Never mind. I'll catch it before the end of the program. I just want to confirm the time for you, so that I don't. Let's see now. Have I got it here? No, it's not there. Must be in the other one then. It must be in the other one, which I think is going to be there in here. Let me just check it again. Very briefly. Is it there? Oh yes, here we are. I gotcha. Close off. Here we are. Right, the service. Here we are. Sunday the 18th. Right, so it's going to be on Sunday. Oh, they I'm putting it in line with the service. Okay, okay. So New Cross Fire 44th anniversary, at the 44th anniversary, and that is going to be Sunday the 18th of on 1981. New Cross Fire tragically led to the death of 14 young people. Right. Memorial service will be live streamed as well. Live stream available on the day, right? And that will be on the 18th of January 2025, right? That'll be Saturday. I've been saying tomorrow, haven't I? Sorry, I have to apologize. 18th of January, Saturday, at All Saints Church and Community Centre, 105 New Cross Road. Oh, it's not Andrews, St. Andrews. I thought it was at St. Andrews. Sorry, I have to retrack all of that then. Right? Anyhow, the memorial service is at All Saints Church and Community Centre, 105 New Cross Road. Right? And that is London SE 14 5JD. Right? So it's All Saints Church. Right? So that'll be and Community Centre, 105 New Cross Road. Okay, so that'll be on the 18th. Okay, and then on the 19th, which is the Monday. No, that would be the Sunday. Sorry, we'll be at Hither Green Crematorium Chapel, right? Verdant Lane, London, SE6 1TP. Right, that would be Hither Green Crematorium Chapel, Verdant Lane, London, SE6 1TP. Okay, and that will be at 10:30 a.m. I knew I read at 10:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Okay, and that will be on Sunday. Right, that'll be New Cross Annual Remembrance, Reflection and Prayer, open all day. Okay, so you can look on those there as well. Right. You can look on those there, and you can look and see what's available for you to join in the memorial service. Okay, so that'll be on January in the 18th, which is Saturday, and then there's an annual remembrance on Sunday as well. Okay, so hopefully that you'll be able to participate in one or the other down there. I know that I did go down to a few of them. I've been to a few of them over the years. Right, let's see if I'm available for this one. Yes, so right, so it's 10:30 a.m. I have to remember that 10:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. Okay, just up in the fire, go down there, sir. All right. Right, let's go into our midday meditation this strong here on the Blacknificent radio show. Right, I've got something lined up here. Let me just. No, I'm fingers and thumbs today, isn't it? I'm fingers and thumbs today, boy. I tell you, I don't know. Why am I doing? I don't know what's going on with this thing today. Come on. Let's see, I've got it here. Good God, to change it. I'm about to change this thing over. You see, family. Once you start off in one way, that's how it goes for the next few hours, you know. That's how it goes for the next few hours. But don't worry, we're resetting it in the meditation period, man. Where did I put it all now? I'm just looking for this playlist there. Family, let's go into our midday meditation this strong. All right. Oh, pretty good. I don't think I did it. Good, good, good. Good. So, Mr. Okay? Highest upstairs. Okay. That's okay.
There was a time when I didn't have love. Do you remember the love that we once had? If I had the chance to love you again, I'd make your heart forget I was ever there. If we forget, I know this time I'm not coming home anymore. Doesn't matter. If I had the chance to hold you again, fill your heart with joy, make you remember I'm the only one for you. Bad memories out. Make this the first day of He says he loves He says he loves lost the way I am. It's gonna be starting here, starting now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Forever, always. Do it for the ones you love. Yeah. Forever, always. Keep it right there, keep it right there.
You're in tune to the Midday Meditation here on the Blacknificent Show on galaxy.we.net.
Reflection of my better life. I'm so sure I'm meant to live a life for life. With my dream, promise I'll give him everything he needs. This is my life sentence, but no penalty, 'cause his love set me free. Without his giving, for his blessing, he is amazing. I'm forever praising his love. Without his giving, for his blessing, he is amazing. I'm forever praising his love. With him I'm dancing. Nobody can tell the space that he takes. For me, he knows my thoughts, he hears my thoughts, he reads my expressions, he takes my time. This is my life sentence, but no sacrifice, 'cause his love is worth the life. Thank you, Lord, for what you've done for me. Thank you, Lord, for what you're doing now. Thank you, Lord, for everything. Yeah. Thank you, Lord, you made the first thing. I want to sing along. Said I met no competition, but I met decision. You can keep your opinion. I shall falling on the white hand of you. Thank you, Lord, for what you've done for me. Thank you, Lord, for what you're doing now. Thank you, Lord, for every little thing. Yeah. Thank you, Lord, you made the first thing. I want to sing along. Okay, for a grand Lord. To temptation, I have learned my lesson in revelation. Thank you, Lord, for what you've done for me. Thank you, Lord, for what you're doing now. Thank you, Lord, for every little thing. Yeah. Thank you, Lord, you made the first thing. Sing up, sing up. That I may love competition. But I made my decision. Lord, it's away. Coming, going, coming, going. I'd like to pray. Thank you, Lord, for what you've done for me. Thank you, Lord, for what you're doing now. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Lord, for everything. Lord, yeah. Thank you, Lord, you made the sweet birthday. Sing along, sing along. Oh, thank you, Lord.
Peace and love and harmony is what we need for a better way. For all of us are sitting down. Hey, you want to think how I make my move and how I maintain my groove. Cause the spirit that guides me, I know it's protecting you too. No need for segregation, no need for separation. For a one God created humanity, let's embrace and live like one big family. Yes. What we need to do, things will come. What are we actually doing? He said, oh, yeah. Things will come. What are we actually doing? Oh, yeah. Oh, well. Keep fighting the struggle. One must work hard for what he wants and keep the juggling alive. Never you get weary, never let the pressure get you down. A man must live and pray and praise you every day. For a one God created humanity, let's embrace and live like one big family. Yes. What we need to do. What we need today. What are we up to do? Got to fight this struggle. Oh well, we've got to beat this young children. Hey. Yes, you're wondering how I make my move and how I maintain my groove. But the spirit that guides me, the same one's guiding you too. No need for segregation, no need for separation. For a one God created humanity, let's embrace and live like one big family. Yeah. What we need to do to make things will up, but what do we have to do? How we need to make up things will up. Well, we have to juggle. One must work hard to find what he wants. Keep the juggling alive.
Keep the juggling alive.
Never let the pressure get in there. Come on, must live every day. And praise Jah
Every day.
Papa man God, create your whole away. Let's embrace and live life lovely. What you need today. What we have been jumping up here. All we need today.
Oh my mice. One more.
Incline thy ears to the call, to the call. In every heart there's a place for love to dwell in all of you, to manifest through all the things you do. Yeah. This you must know. Incline thy ears to the call, to the call. In every heart there's a place for love to dwell in all of you, to manifest through all the things you do. This you must know. In times of hardship and pain, keep the faith in all you do. God is there, for He will see you through. This you must know. For as long as I draw breath in this life, I will pledge my love to God every time. And with all I've learned and all I possess, through things and time, yes, I will love God no less. Yes, there is one thing that I know. Oh, yes, I know. I am nothing without you. If there is one thing that I know, oh, yes, I know. I've no reason to doubt you. You should all live as one. In every heart, love to dwell in all of you, to manifest through all the things you do. This you must know. In times of hardship and pain, keep faith in all that you do. God is there, for He will see you through. This you must know.
Well, it's show time right now. Let's play a little bit of
Yes, I will praise my God with all.
If you want to join me, you can join me on the radio on Galaxy of the Week.
One thing that I know. Oh, yes, I know. I am nothing without you. One more time, be right. Take it back. One thing that I know. Oh, I am your peace to guide you. So we should all live as one.
Have a great day. Have a great day.
I am able to say, yes, I
Praise my God with all that I'm me. Whoa, and with all the blessing I have with me. Days and nights His love will never leave me. All right. Cool that, cool that. Oh, look at I'm talking without the thing up. Anyhow, listen. That's our midday meditation this strong. And I'm hoping that it's just touching and letting you think on certain things, certain things in life. Okay, let's move into the next segment now. The next segment is the ancestral voices. This strong here, I want us to look back into some history, right? Or should I say our story, right? Because as you know, there are many, many stories out there, but this one is our story, our liberation, where it started from, how it started, who was involved in it. Let's start from this one, yes, sir. Just to tweak those who don't know. And if you don't know, you're going to get to know. Okay.
Rastafari is a relatively young religion, yet its influence on music, pop culture, politics, and social justice makes it a faith system that has had a global impact despite having relatively few followers, an estimated 1 million worldwide. But have you ever wondered how it all started? Leonard Percival Howell was a pivotal figure in the birth of the Rastafari movement. Born into an Anglican family on June 16, 1898, in Clarendon, Jamaica, Howell was among the earliest preachers of this faith and often regarded as the first Rasta. In 1933, Howell started preaching about the crowning of Rastafari Makonnen as Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, declaring him the Messiah returned to earth. His sermons ignited controversy, leading to his arrest and a 2-year imprisonment for conduct, inciting people to rebel against the authority of the state. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, the Rastafari movement flourished. Throughout his life, Howell found himself at odds with every facet of the Jamaican establishment, from planters and trade unions to churches and colonial authorities. His message, deeply rooted in anti-colonialism and Black empowerment, threatened the status quo, prompting efforts to suppress his influence. Yet, his call for Black people to assert their identity resonated not just in Jamaica, but globally, echoing across the African diaspora. Howell's vision led him to establish Pinnacle, a commune in St. Catherine Parish, which became a sanctuary for Rastafari followers and a symbol of the movement. Unlike many of his followers, Howell never adopted the practice of wearing dreadlocks, yet his leadership helped solidify the global presence of the Rastafari faith. He was the eldest of 10 children. His father, Charles Theophilus Howell, worked as a peasant cultivator and tailor, while his mother, Clementina Bennett, was an agricultural laborer. During the First World War, Howell served as a seaman and was part of a Jamaican contingent sent to Panama. Before settling temporarily in Panama in 1918, he traveled multiple times between New York City and Panama. It was in New York, particularly in Harlem, where he first confronted his identity as a Black man. Here, he met and joined Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, influenced by Garvey's revolutionary leadership. Howell spent approximately 20 years of his early life abroad, during which he was arrested and imprisoned for his association with the Universal Negro Improvement Association. The organization's pro-Black messages were seen as threatening. After migrating between Panama and the United States, he was eventually deported back to Jamaica in December 1932 at the age of 34, primarily due to his involvement with the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which the US government viewed as a threat because of its advocacy for Black power and anti-colonialism. Upon his return to Jamaica, Howell decided to leave his family home and advocate for the Rastafari movement. This decision stemmed from a conflict with his family, presumably over his controversial beliefs in the divine nature of Haile Selassie. Leonard Howell's initial public declaration of Haile Selassie's divinity occurred in January 1933. This first open proclamation, asserting the Emperor of Ethiopia as the incarnation of God, took place at Redemption Ground in Kingston, but failed to attract converts. In February 1933, Howell moved his gatherings to the southeastern parish of St. Thomas. By April 18th, he spoke to approximately 200 people at a meeting in Trinityville, St. Thomas. Police monitored the event, considering it to be of a seditious nature. Despite their concerns, authorities opted not to press charges against Howell to avoid drawing further attention to his cause, choosing instead to keep a close watch on his activities. Howell and his followers revered Emperor Selassie as the Black Messiah, a divine figure prophesied in the Bible. Howell regarded the emperor's grand coronation, bolstered by claims of Selassie's descent from King David, King Solomon, and the Queen of Sheba, partly derived from the medieval Ethiopian text, Kibra Nagast, as the fulfillment of this prophecy. The emperor's ascent was seen as a validation of Howell's profound assertions. Howell's teachings often provided a backdrop of Ethiopia's people, land, and sovereignty, depicting it as an unchanged territory inhabited by original primitive Christian people, ruled directly by a king from the lineage of King David. He idealized Ethiopia in his sermons, describing it as a land of unparalleled people and a perfect language, the only uncorrupted language on earth, anchored in the glory and power of Selassie, the supreme Black King. He instructed his followers to venerate the Ethiopian emperor as the supreme deity over all humanity. According to Howell, Ethiopia preserved the essential truths about good character, social order, manhood, and womanhood, which were now being revealed for all to see. He preached that Ethiopian culture was poised to supplant the hegemonic Anglo-Saxon forces that had long subjugated Africans. Among his followers, Howell was referred to as Gigi Marag, a name he used to distinguish his mystical, ritualistic identity from his secular one. The name is believed to be derived from three Hindi words: Gyan, which means wisdom, Gun, which means virtue or talent, and Guru, the teacher. In Hindi, Mara means great kings or king of kings. In September 1933, during a meeting at Port Morant, St. Thomas, Howell initiated the gathering with hymn singing. He reportedly taunted clergy from other religious denominations present and advised attendees against going to church, claiming that ministers were liars. He also vehemently criticized the history of slavery, asserting that the white man stole Africa from the Africans and that Black people should consider Africa their home, not Jamaica. Howell's praise for Emperor Selassie was accompanied by a clear call for Black supremacy as a means to combat colonialism and reject white oppression. Occasionally, he would lead his congregants in singing "God Save the King," referring to Selassie. Howell's doctrine placed Blackness as morally superior to whiteness, challenging white colonial ideologies. Remembered as a charismatic and authoritarian leader, Howell genuinely cared for his followers' well-being. In 1939, he founded the Ethiopian Salvation Society with the primary objective of using collective savings to improve its members' lives. The Ethiopian Salvation Society also aimed to propagate the good news about salvation and Christianity, emphasizing self-help and good citizenship. These secondary aims were expressly stated to protect the organization from accusations of promoting sedition. Despite this, in 1940, the Jamaican governor banned an Ethiopian Salvation Society meeting due to the resentment it was generating and its international scope. Howell also played a mentoring role within the growing Rastafarian community. His bold, generous personality, enriched by his extensive travels, made him especially influential. Howell was instrumental in forging connections with other Black groups like the Afro-African Constructive Gathly and the Universal Negro Improvement Association, and collaborated with figures like Marcus Garvey and George Padmore. Howell's advocacy for identification with Africa stood in stark contrast to the Jamaican Creole nationalism promoted by contemporaries like Bustamante and Manley. He preached to both the working class and the peasantry, striving to unite disenfranchised Black individuals to overcome colonial oppression. Howell viewed Jamaica's 1962 independence, which maintained ties with Great Britain, as a significant disappointment, having advocated for complete separation from Britain. In January 1934, Howell and Robert Hines were arrested and charged with sedition following a meeting of 300 people at Seaforth St. Thomas on December 10, 1933. Howell stood trial for sedition on March 13, 1934, pleading not guilty to charges of expressing hatred for the Jamaican government and the King of England and disturbing the public peace. During his defense, he famously declared Selassie as the Messiah returned to earth, using a photograph of the emperor as evidence. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison by the Chief Justice Robert William Lyle Grant. Later, in 1938, Howell was committed to the Bellevue Asylum in Kingston, deemed insane due to inflammatory statements. In a publication, released while he was incarcerated, he labeled the Roman Catholic Pope as Satan the Devil and implied a declaration of war against colonialism and white supremacy, advocating for Black supremacy. He also objected to local religious systems like revivalism. Howell was notably the most incarcerated among the pioneers of the Rastafari movement due to his outspoken teachings and challenges to international white supremacy, prompting significant re-evaluation of identity and social mobilization in Jamaica and beyond. Following his release from prison for his teachings and his denunciation of colonial rule, Howell established the first Rastafarian village in Jamaica at Sligoville, St. Catherine, in 1940. Named Pinnacle for its high hilltop elevation, it was symbolically located in the first free village set up to house former slaves in Jamaica. Pinnacle became one of the country's first self-sustaining communities, where residents met their needs independently of external resources. Some describe Pinnacle as a commune where Howell's form of socialism was practiced. Shortly after its foundation, other similar Rastafarian communities emerged across the country. Pinnacle was particularly noted for the cultivation of marijuana, which holds religious significance for Rastafarians. In efforts to dismantle Howell and his followers, police repeatedly raided Howell's Pinnacle community, labeling it a communist experiment in 1941. Just 1 year after the settlement was established, government forces infiltrated it, arresting many of Howell's followers. Although Howell initially evaded arrest, he was eventually captured and once again tried for sedition, resulting in an additional 2-year imprisonment. Upon his release in 1943, he returned to Pinnacle, this time hiring guards and bringing in watchdogs to protect the community from future attacks. The police conducted several more raids on Pinnacle in the 1950s. In 1954, militia invaded the community and nearly destroyed the village completely. Despite the extensive damage, settlers returned, though the settlement never regained its former vibrancy. During a final raid in 1958, police completely cleared out the remaining residents. Despite its ultimate destruction, the legacy of Pinnacle became legendary, inspiring other settlements around the country that became known as miniature pinnacles. Some claim that Howell disappeared from public view between 1958 and 1960, withdrawing from his role as a Rastafarian leader. However, Historians who have studied his life challenge accounts that he was neither seen nor heard from during this period until his death in 1981. Despite the final major raid on Pinnacle and Howell's subsequent confinement in a mental asylum, he reportedly continued his leadership within the Pinnacle community and maintained his role as a foundational figure in the Rastafari movement. This is evidenced by his involvement as a defendant in several cases at the Home Circuit Court in Kingston, which concerned disputes over his ownership of Pinnacle. Today, Howell is celebrated as a pioneer of the Rastafarian movement. In recognition of his enduring values and his relentless battle against colonial authority, he is also regarded as a leader in Pan-Africanism. To preserve his legacy, the Leonard P. Howell Foundation was established to perpetuate and honor the memory of Leonard P. Howell. The foundation advocates for the restoration of part of the Pinnacle property to establish it as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, an international center for Rastafarian worship and research, and a monument to honor the vision and leadership of Leonard Percival Howell. Tragically, Leonard Howell's life ended on January 23, 1981, after a brutal attack months earlier in Tredegar Park, not far from his beloved Pinnacle. He was 83. Despite enduring severe persecution, Howell's legacy as a champion of anti-colonialism and a true hero of the Rastafari movement remains influential. In a poignant twist of fate, the same government that once persecuted him honored him posthumously in 2022 with an Order of Distinction, acknowledging his indelible impact on both national and global scales. Thank you all for watching this video. If you enjoyed our content and would like to see more from Unfiltered Reality TV,
Going to march down. So gather the people from around. Get back to rock to the sound. I'm singing this song of culture. I'm singing them songs of love. I'm singing them songs of culture. I'm singing them songs of love. I'm missing for a word never and a word never. For a word never and a word never. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Some other people to unite, teaching them not to fight. Mothers must turn to discipline. That's what you just bring them a song of culture. I'm singing them songs of love. I'm singing them songs of culture. I'm singing them songs of love. I'm missing for a word never run up a word never. For a word never yeah. I'm singing them a song of culture. I'm singing them a song of love. Singing them a song of culture. I'm singing them a song of love. I'm missing for a word never never. For a word never a word never singing them a song of culture. I'm singing them a song of love. I'm singing them a song of culture. I'm singing them a song of love. I'm missing for a word never Say me don't like the kind of Babylon. Say me don't need that kind of wicked men. For I'm a righteous Rastaman, and I am a dread one-eye man. I and I go deep down Babylon. I and I go deep down Babylon. I and I must be with them wicked men. I and I must be with them wicked men. Oh, what a wicked situation. I and I start. This might cause a revolution under the dangerous pollution. I and I go deep down Babylon. I and I must deep down Babylon. I and I go with them wicked men. I and I go deep down Babylon. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Them, Lord, them, Lord, oh, what a wicked situation. I and I died for salvation. This may cause a revolution.
Look at this stuff.
And a dangerous pollution. I and I must be down Babylon. I and I must be down Babylon.
I'm just playing music.
I and I must be down Babylon. I and I must
Oh boy. Come on now, come back into the room. Oh boy. You see what happens when music start playing? It just take over the whole show, isn't it? Leonard Percival Howell. Wow. What a brother. What a brother. Hmm? And then I ask, what are you doing now? What are you doing now? Hmm? Because but remember, how can I put it now? It was a global evolution. You know what I mean? A revolution. It was an evolution. Right? Because somebody see that there needed to be change. Like Marcus. Right? You think Marcus was the only one who wanted to change? No. But the fact is that the way how the colonial system was, they beat you down. They beat you down. And even to the extent, you know, when they win, or when they're winning, I should say, I shouldn't say when they win. When they're winning is when those who look like them or look like us are saying exactly the same thing that the Wazungu was beating us down for. They're saying exactly the same thing that they were beating us down for. Now let me tell you something. Let me explain something to you now. Straight. We're being beaten down even now. And don't get twisted, you know. Do not get it twisted. The licks that you are getting right now are the licks of total destruction. They're not even acknowledging you. And when I say they're not acknowledging you, I really do mean they're not acknowledging you. In other words, let you slip one time. And those who are working in those positions and office administration and all them things, you slip one time and they just fling you away to the side like you are nothing. But I'll tell you something, if you was of a different culture, you'll be treated in a completely different way and manner. And that's the true facts. That's the true facts about it. Right? I don't need to exaggerate. I think each one of us, or the majority of us, have evidence that would complement that as well. You see the thing with us, we get comfortable too long. We're very comfortable. Even now, we saw what was going to be happening years before it happened. Even now, the things that are happening to us today, we saw that it was going to happen years ago. What was our contingency plan? Run like cockroach. Each one for themselves. And if you can, right? If you can, take a piece for yourself as well, out of somebody else too. Yeah. They don't care about you. We're not caring about each other. We might all stand up there waving and holding on to the same flag. But in all honesty, that same flag there, sir, it's only a banner. But when we're there and we need to do something, we're calling on you to help, to come and support. We're calling on you to put a little time into a 2, 3, 4 hour, even for 1 week, to come and just say, you know something, let me go down to the community center and see what I can do voluntarily. Right? Let me go to this little group over here, son. Let me see if I can be useful in some way. Don't mean say that we're going to stay in it, but let me just pass through and see what's going on. We need to get this bill through our local authorities. What activity are you doing and engaging in to ensure, say, that the future is going to be easier, or even that we can just even be on an even keel? What are you doing? Let me tell you some Blacknificent family. I know it can feel frustrating at times. It can be frustrating at times when we're breaking ourselves. I was gonna say something else, but I said when we was breaking ourselves. Let me cool down. When I was breaking ourselves to just hold back the things that you don't want your young people to see, taking the blows, right? The bad looks, knowing what your parents has gone through. And it's your turn on the front line now. Right? Some of us have had a lifetime of that where their parents have moved on to the ancestors at an early age for them. So they've had a lifetime of standing on the front line for themselves. And then they've got the youngers behind them. And now, wait a minute. Can you honestly say that you can say, you know something? I don't even need to make a call. They will call me and to ask me, oh, I am. Yeah? They will pick up the phone and ask me, oh, I am. Yeah. That's what we do. That is, it should be a normal thing. It should be a regular thing that. It should be a regular thing. But oh no. We're fighting and fussing and kicking and biting each other, which is a madness in itself. It's a madness in itself. And then you expect those who have sacrificed their life to just maintain and sustain what little we have. And yes, just like any warmonger, they've come and they've swept and take back all those things that they were giving to you, like the community centers, like those specialized services, like those culturally appropriated monies, right, for little schemes and things like that. Yeah, they've come and they've taken that thing back. Why? Because you lot don't know how to utilize and really turn the money over to actually make it into a profitable organization. Huh? You feel say that the pocket now run out. You can always just dip your hand in it. Are you crazy? How much are you older people are still going down to your father and mother house to go dip into their pockets, so? It should be the other way. You should be filling their pockets. Should filling up their pockets. Don't make this thing a joke thing. Don't make it be an embarrassment. Do not make it be an embarrassment, yeah. Hey, I'm telling you. We're moving on to a new direction now. New 2025. 2025 this now. There's no time for play. Let this be a lesson to you all. You hear me? Let this be a lesson to you all. Grand risings, my sister. Grand risings. See the sun I'm gonna come and burn your back. Gonna burn your penny. We got our sister Sandra at the end of the line, yes, sir. So she soon coming at it. Telling you. Anyhow. And all those online as well, greetings.
Greetings. Grand rising, Brother Aston. Grand rising, magnificent
Grand
family.
risings. You're letting the dog run free in the street, man. That's what you're doing. Come on, call him back in. Call him back in now.
Almost, not quite.
Call him back in and say, yo, come back here, yo, little rocks. How's everything for you, my sister? How's everything too? As I did, I played that part of the Rastafari because time for change. It's time for change because we are constantly changing anyway. But I want us to look and embrace that change is a normal thing for us.
Yes.
Right? And therefore don't let just the one movement, the one space, the one place be where you're gonna stay all the time. You know, reading the one book
Mm-hmm.
and say this is it. No, that is only one chapter of the book. You have to read the rest of it too. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And as we go through life, we go through many overstanding. Circumstances and times will change, and there is a need to embrace that change, because change provides us with either a learning and or an opportunity to say, you know what, where I was is not where I'm meant to be. And it's through change that I can achieve my potential, my full potential, because we're all here for a reason. And within the ancestral voices that you played, the brother spoke about his reason, his experiences, his connections, A, with Marcus Garvey, B, being in America, being prepared to stand up for what he saw and he believed in so much that when he came back to Jamaica, forcibly or otherwise, he was prepared to continue the thought process and the struggle. So that additional change brought forward a movement, brought forward a collective thinking, because at that time, and I know I was listening to something recently, and they were talking about Marcus Garvey, and the presenter or the person on the microphone said that he hadn't been exonerated, or it was a while before Jamaica exonerated him and or respected him for the leader that he was. And the person on the mic corrected them to say that it has now happened, and gave them the details.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I'm sure that he did get
Yeah,
yeah,
but it was a long while after, and you think to yourself, from a thought,
They made sure there was no return.
Yes, yes, yeah, and
they made sure there was no return. They said, "Yeah, all right, we release him now, 150 years after him dead."
Yes, yes, yes. So we're hoping then that at that point you've got so many other shiny things in the in front of you that you don't actually pay attention to what he had said, the roadmap he had created, and the visionary force that he was then and still is. So yeah, there was.
This is one of the things I would like to ask you on the back of that, or on what you just said there, right? Why is it that society and the systems don't see and embrace the normal change and transition that obviously, it's not, they don't know everything, right? So when they're presented with something that can be dynamic in that way, why is it that they refuse? Do you feel that they refuse to embrace those changes?
Because if we follow the media, and I recognize when you were speaking about your experiences growing up and the New Crossfire and Fleet Street, and refusing to purchase the written press as it was at that point. The written press always, or the written press, or even the press now, will always indicate change in terms of something that's bad, horrific, equate it to death, destruction, disease, famine. So some of us buy into that narrative, and we don't embrace the change for what it is. So if you take it simply in terms of us as a generation, and think about occupation, some in the past, our parents, when they came here first, they were forever changing jobs. And that was through choice. That was because of the society they were living in. That was the opportunities that they were given, and not preparing to settle for some of the foolishness that was going on in the workplace, and they'd move on, find another job. Then there was a generation that had jobs for life, and that was a terminology that was used. The next generation are starting to move, because they recognize that change and for what they want and where they wish to aspire to, they can only do so if they keep moving. So if they're not happy, even if they are happy and they lose their job for whatever reason, they're still prepared to find something else. That's all change on, as we, or in some senses on our level. But when we look at the media in all its glory, when it often talks about change, like I said, it's around the destruction. It's very rarely positive. And if it's positive, it seems to be so far away from you that you can never achieve it or rarely achieve it. So it's the narrative that we're encouraged to think about. Change. We all go through change on a daily basis.
Exactly.
You pick up a bit, you drop a bit. The habits that you do it because of change, or you do it because you don't want to change. And there's only what we need to become more masterful in is how we manage the change around us, because we can be the catalyst for the change. And I know, again, when you're talking about the New Cross fire and the lack of finding, investigating, looking at the said culprit or culprits. And you mentioned another incident in terms of Stephen Lawrence, and that they found the culprits after how many years later.
Exactly.
The thing that I would say, for all of those that they have found the culprit years later, there has always been a voice that has kept it alive. So in Stephen Lawrence, it was the mother predominantly, but mother and father pushing it. If I'm thinking about, and I'm going to go to a sporting analogy, when they were talking about, I'm going to use Liverpool and the stadium and the crushing. It was later that they admitted that it wasn't the supporters, it was the police and the policing. But the reason why that was kept alive is because, again, you had a supporters group who kept it in the media. They also stopped buying the said papers. Question I thought to myself when you were recounting it and you were speaking about the service in the next couple of days and how it's going to be streamed live. What have we done to keep it alive?
Exactly.
In the same, and it can't be yearly, because people after 300 days, you've fallen asleep, you've woken up, you've got other tragedies that they talk about, they push in your face, they put under your nose.
If anything, that should be a foundation of some sort to help that other things like that doesn't happen. You know, there's been many a victim that we've seen and we've lost over the years. Right? I know that they were that last year, I think it was, that they were establishing some kind of like what they call it now.
Memorial.
You can donate to. The word come out of my head at the moment, but they were establishing something like that around the New Cross fire as well. You know, I know that they were establishing something like that, and I'm sure that it will be mentioned over the next few days, right? And hopefully, you know, those who have the support or show support for that, that they will donate in whatever way that they can and will, you know.
But it's something that needs to be kept in the eye of said media, in the forefront. So I know that in the past we have invited and someone who was vocal in terms of there was a song that was created is the wrong word, but there was a song that was written in order to help keep it in the mind's eye, keep it in our
Brother Adam put it
Yeah.
done a clip for us, isn't it? Yeah, I remember that.
So that's the type of thing that needs to be done on a regular basis in order to keep pushing for that said change that we want. A, the recognition, but B, the culprits to be, they've had freedom for how many years?
Yeah, 44 years now.
Why have we allowed that to happen? So we need to take responsibility as a community because no one's not doing it for us.
Exactly. No one may do nothing like that for us. Right. So we have to be the ones who's actually doing it for ourselves. And I know, you know something. As time has gone on, I do get frustrated with this handout business. Considering the type of struggle that our parents, grandparents, and before had gone through, right? Yet they were able to establish some kind of community, right? Within a system and society that wasn't what was rejecting them all the time, right? So therefore, you know what? And the thing is, if we face facts, I feel that we are more affluent right now than what many have been previously, right? You understand? You know, at least we're not stealing bread from shopper and all them things there. But at the same time, it does still go on. Things still are going on. You understand? You know, when we're in that position that we can and should do for ourselves, right? Then if we don't do for ourselves, who is to blame? Who is to blame?
We need to, because we can cry and we can ask for there is no justice, but the question is, individually or collectively, what have we done to keep it front and center? And if I
culture. Never. Earlier, listen. Right, I did distract you initially when we started this today. Right, how's things, and what do you have to share with us today?
So, if I can share a presentation, let me see if I can share it.
Let's see. No, I can't hear you. You have to scream louder. Let me see screen. Okay. Why is it not sharing? Okay, let me begin to share. Okay. Entire screen.
I'm just going to see if I can present from my end.
Okay, I'm looking to do a share.
Share screen tips. Don't show the share screen.
I'm hoping it's right.
No, I'm not going to be able to share. Oh.
No. Okay, don't worry. Just talk us through what you had.
Okay, so I went to a symposium. So let me back up. So I attended the Maroon Akapong Town celebration on the 6th of January. And it started late. That's part of the Jamaican culture.
No, it's not. It's damn rude. That's what it is. It's damn rude. Anyway.
I would say that too, but well, and a number of the things that they do, as in on the media, when I was looking at it, and I was going to share some of the clips. A lot of the clips that they showed was down at the Kinder Tree, which was where the initial signing, the sitting down, speaking about the treaty that was signed by the Maroons, Kudju predominantly, rather than Nani, who at the time wasn't 100% happy with what had been suggested. That may or may not have proved to be true. I think, yes, there was some truth in what she said. So they often on the media, it showed from that side. And then there was an element where they went and they continued the ceremonial expression, and that took place. So then what I was looking at and was filming was the various speakers in terms of the Maroon leaders and their thoughts. And I don't actually have, I wrote it down, but I don't have it with me, what the theme was. So a lot of them were talking about nothing can happen for the Maroons without the Maroons. And thinking about then from a constitutional point of view, Jamaica wanting to leave the clutches of the, I'll call him King Charles, but the current regime, and move to a republic. But there's still that possibility and that problem, that challenge in terms of, okay, from a Maroons point of view, where do they stand? So the symposium was our legacies, telling our own truth, and that's in terms of the Maroons in Jamaica. So all the colonels were there in terms of.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's an achievement by itself, isn't it?
But one of the things that Colonel Sterling said at Akapong Town was, if the society and some of the pages that the Maroons have adopted and how they live, Jamaica would have been a different place. Because children will have squabbles. Families will have squabbles, because that's all part of the growing up thing. The question is, how do you come together under a unified front? So the Maroons, in terms of Chief Richard Curry, had a squabble, removed himself, or was removed, whatever way you look at it, from the dialogue. He had a challenge with the government of the day and challenged them publicly in the media and otherwise. But it was during the Nani Heroes Day celebration in October that he apologized and spoke about unity. So him turning up was part of, so us going to Akapong Town was part of showing that unity. Him turning up at the event was again part of that unity, because they recognize that nothing can happen with that. Nothing can happen for the Maroons without the Maroons, and it needs to be a collective. So you also had Mr. Bert Samuels, an attorney in law. You had the Deputy Rohan McGee, who's Flagstaff, which is again part of the conversation. You had the acting Colonel Wally Sterling, and you had Lloyd Latterberry, who's a Scotshold Maroon. So the only Maroon Council leader that wasn't there was the acting Colonel Douglas from Charlestown, but all the other Maroon leaders was there. You also had Miss Beverly Carey, who's a researcher and author, who all things around Maroons and Nani She wrote a number of books and helped to clarify some of the messages that were being said. You had Chief Sidney Bartley, who's a culture expert and consultant. So there was a lot of the great and the goods that was there. You also had Dr. Marcus Goff from UE, and there was someone else, Gamma, Gloria Simmons, Maroons Women's Council. So one of the things that there were various presentations, and it was one of the presentations that I wanted to share with you, and I will see if I can do that. So
even if it's an audio, that'll be fine.
Okay, that I'll see if I can send it across shortly. I might see if I can do a little cut and a paste. But it was around the Maroon Treaties, resistance, history and culture, and dispelling the myths and telling our truths. So some of the myths around, and it was interesting, one of the myths that they say, when you talk to people about Maroons, whether they be in Jamaica, whether they be a school child within Jamaica and or individuals outside of Jamaica, they will often say, you say, what do you know about the Maroons? And the first thing, or one of the things that they will say is Nanny catching a bullet in a They may or may not mention camouflage, but they will mention and often mention that the Maroons returned the runaway slaves. And those three things are myths in relation to what actually happened and or why it happened and or related to the treaty and what was signed and what was discussed. So the clips that I was wanting to share with you would have dispelled some of those myths, would have looked at the treaty and the Mr. Bert Samuels, attorney at law for the National Council on Repatriations, ran through in 10 minutes a number of all the clauses within the treaty and provided some context for present day. And Colonel Sterling again provided some context for the present day in terms of that, what they say is a myth in terms of her catching the bullet. And the question that he posed to those of us in the audience was, why is it that you can believe some myths, but there are other myths that you say can't happen? So you put a different spin on the story. So it literally does depend on who's telling who is the storyteller in terms of whether or not there can be any truth in it. And even in terms of the war itself, and Colonel Sterling put it succinctly in terms of, so the Maroons did win the war against the British the same way that, and he gave two other examples in terms of present day. One of the examples was around the Americans leaving, I was going to say, losing the war with the, I was going to say Viet Cong, but what's the name? So there's two wars that the Americans were involved in. The recent one when they got rid of Gaddafi, but they ended up having to walk out of there how much years later, and that was a war that they lost, that they don't often talk about. And then there was the war just after the Second World War when they went into, I don't like the word Viet Cong, but yes, they lost. So he just literally put it succinctly that we don't often, or they don't often admit when they get it wrong, and there were wars that they have got wrong, lost, and
they're not going to talk about the defeats.
They don't talk about it.
Yeah, they're not going to talk about it.
And then the other thing that they spoke about, which is apt, is in terms of the treaty. And just the fact that the British were prepared to, so you don't sign a treaty with someone who you're friends with or you feel that you have the upper hand with.
Exactly.
When we think about the treaty, we need to treat it with the respect that it's due in terms of what was achieved at the time. And as even though it was signed and there were changes, so what was written and what was signed, because at the time the Maroons couldn't read and write, and we knew that the English would have taken advantage of them in relation to what was actually written down. There are changes that need to be taken into consideration now as part of those discussions in terms of the Jamaica leaving the colonial, even though they've got the dependence to be self-governed and self-ruling. So it was a really, really interesting conference with many speakers speaking their truth and recognizing then that in order for change to happen, individuals such as the Maroons need to be at the table, or they just need to provide them with what had been originally discussed and agreed upon, even though it was never granted. So,
like the 40 acres and the mule.
Well, again, the Mr. Bert Samuels, the attorney at law, said it's not so much how, because they'd been on the land for so long, and land rights says, and the UK land rights says then, and it may also say now, that if you've been on a property of land for over 12 years, it automatically becomes yours. So then why write it into the agreement unless you wanted to trick us, unless there was something underhand, because those people were on that land for over 12 years because they'd been fighting. They'd been brought there and they'd been fighting. So in writing it down didn't actually ensure that it happened. All it just done is led to confusion. So then you then have a smaller pocket. And we know historically when you put a fence up, people start to argue about whose side of the fence and where I live and what you can do and what you can't do. When there's no fence, we just cross over, we have a conversation, we get back to our side and we live. But with a fence, regardless of how high, whether it's a foot high or 10 foot high, as long as there's a boundary line, we start to have a conversation. Again, that takes us away from what we ought to be doing and how we can live as one, as a collective. With the fence, it becomes my side and your side. Let's take a side. No, that's not how we should be living.
There's always this question of, a lot of times I've asked about it, and from other Jamaicans as well, is that they're reluctant to even speak about the Maroons in that way. But let's talk about the early stage of when they were actually looking for their own freedom. They decided that no, we're not going to be slaves, and they moved off into the different areas, right, and taking people with them who wanted to go with them, right, and then put up a defense. Basically, they put up a defense, right, and it wasn't a case of, oh, they were getting help or support or anything like that. And I'm not saying that they never got support, but it was under adverse conditions, And then obviously going up into the hills and everything, they adapted their way of how they could actually take on this battle and fight, right? Sure, that meant some of them lost their lives as well along the way, but at the same time, they were fighting for their freedom.
Mm.
I did. I think I did send you a question about naming ceremony
Mm.
or rites of passage,
Mm.
some sort.
Mm.
Now, as they are a people who have declared themselves as sovereign in that way,
Mm.
and my assumption is that they've taken on names that are not dictated with the westernized name, right?
Mm.
Or those who were born in the later generation, they would have been given those from their parentage, right? But what about incorporating like a person who's not a maroon into their society? How easy is that? Or does it happen? Does it happen?
So one of the speakers said, more than one of the speakers said, where the being a maroon is not necessarily just living in the culture. They broadened it out to say that there are thousands of maroons. And one of the reasons why is because of the mentality. The mentality provides indication of that fight for freedom, resistance against the struggle that they were under at the time. So if you bring it to present day, and in terms of the community, there's many in the community that wasn't born in the community. But
Okay.
whilst you're in the community, there are certain practices that you would need to maintain. So one of the things that Colonel Sterling referred to, he referred to it at the Akapong Town celebration, 6th of January celebration, and he referred to it at this symposium, was that the number of murders in Moortown or within the community over the last 40 years or 60 years was numbered 5.
Wow. Wow.
And Chief Curry also mentioned it in terms of in Akapong Town, the numbers of murders are minimal. One finger, one hand. And the reason why? 2 reasons why. A, because of it being them living as a community. 3 reasons. Them living as a community. Unfortunately, the ones that were their words of murders was around the domestic violence. So that was man and woman fighting and one killing the other. But it also comes down to the fact of the way that they and again, Colonel Sterling was talking about it on another occasion. And I thought when they talk about mediation, the reason why things don't flare up in the same ways because they do mediation before mediation became the thing. And a lot of how they operate as Maroons in this community and in the society is a reflection of they've had conversations with the government in terms of how they can, some of the government departments, how they can, from a justice point of view, how mediation works. Like I said before, mediation became a buzzword. They were having those conversations and they shared how they do things with one of the departments, one of the ministries. when they were setting up, and this is around the crime justice is the wrong name that I'm using, but that's the one that come to mind. But yeah, so that's one of the reasons why, from a numbers of individuals who the murder rate, like I said, if some of the things that the Maroons were doing and do as a matter of course, not everything's perfect. Hey, in every family, not everything's perfect. But if there are things that you can do and you can keep the murder rate down, then that's something from a Jamaica point of view, who will have historically 365 plus some. It's something that's definitely to be lauded.
Exactly. But if only the local areas, right, they followed that in suit, huh?
And that's the thing that the person mentioned, that if only the local areas would be able to. And there's a lot of the things that the Maroons do, but one of the things that needs to happen is that the narrative about the Maroons needs to change. So this narrative in terms of, so from a camouflage point of view, we know, we'll accept and we'll respect and we say, yep. But the narrative in terms of sending back the slaves, runaway slaves, who they are, what contributions they've made to the Constitution, the treaty, one of the early or the first treaty, and a lot of other treaties after that was based on what happened within the community and what was written down. Those are things that need to be learned, need to be discussed, because at the moment they speak about nanny, but they don't understand or understand the culture in the wider context.
This is what one of the things I want to ask as well, right? Along with the thing that I was asking before, right? Are we in appreciation as Jamaicans? Are we in appreciation of the historical evidence that they have, or well, say it's a legacy, I should call it, really, the historical legacy that they have left and being part of the Jamaican culture?
I can answer that in a quick one word. No. There is not that appreciation of the legacy. And that's the reason why it's telling our own truth. Because the truth out there is distorted. It's told by the English up until independence, and then it was, once independence took place, the English effectively washed their hands of it, and in washing their hands, the government of the day, and it's not regardless of which government and which party, but the government of the day didn't embrace what historically, effectively, it was a model that worked. And they ignored the model that worked, took out, as they say, the cornerstone, built what they've built in terms of the Constitution as it stands. But in ignoring one of the cornerstones, in terms of how they can live or how to live, they potentially, in my humble opinion, put themselves back rather than forwards.
Is it because of caution?
There's going to be a fear, because a lot of the things about the Maroons, sometimes the myths, like I say, and telling our own truths, they would have grown up with those myths. They would have grown up with the fearfulness. They would have been told or fed that as a lie. So it's very similar to the word that's coming into my mind at this present moment in time is Marcus Garvey. If you don't understand what someone's saying, sometimes what we end up doing is we shut our eyes and our ears to the possibility of the change. And it comes back to that thing called change and the opportunities that are available. And when you have the great minds or the visionaries, they're not often seen as what they say. You don't always be seen as a prophet in your own land.
Yeah, I heard that one. I heard that one.
Having that.
There is another one. I don't want to go too swaying too far, but on either side of from what you've observed, right? Either side of the fence, Rastafari and the Maroons, right? How have you seen any working together? Because they both declare themselves as sovereigns, haven't they? So, have you seen any collaboration work with them?
I haven't. They were at one of the celebrations, Charlestown. They were at the. I was going to say Charlestown. It's not Charlestown. They were at Scots Hall celebration, which is the 1st of August last year. But I've not seen or witnessed any of the collaboration. But the fact that they were there tells me that there is conversations that are happening. They weren't at the because this is the Maroons of Jamaica, so they weren't at the symposium. I don't know whether or not they'd received an invite or anything like that, but they weren't at this recent symposium as a group. It was literally the Maroons Flagstaff, the Women's Maroons Council, which is Gamma Gloria. So there is the Taino people and the chief. He wasn't there. He wasn't. I don't know whether or not he was. I don't think he was invited. I know one of the things that the Colonel and Colonel Sterling mentioned, that if they're looking at the legacy and telling our own truth, they can't do it without the Maroons. There is also then a conversation about some of the other groups in terms of the Tainos, in terms of because they're the indigenous people.
Maybe that needs to be documented in one way or another, right? And presented as a proper seal or sealed document to say this is our history, right? Because as I think it was mentioned just a few days ago or a few weeks ago, that some people didn't realize that they still had Taino people on the island. You know, so
I've got his name here. I did see him at the celebration on the 6th and took his card, which I am searching for. Yeah, so his name is Kayasi Kalan.
Spell it out.
Kasike.
Kasaie.
Kasike.
Cassie.
Kalan, Kaalaan.
Kalan.
NIBONRIX.
Say that again. Say that last piece again. Do it again.
NIBONRIX.
Yeah. Knox. Knox.
KAIMAN.
Yeah. Knox quick, something like that.
So yeah, so he's someone that I do want to have that conversation with, because he had done a presentation that spoke about the language and what's missing and what we can adopt, but in terms of the people and the communication. So I did want to have a conversation with him, which I'm aiming to still organise and or get the recording that he had done previously.
Great.
But he wasn't invited to the Maroons of Jamaica, Our Legacies. So again, we need to, there's a thought, like you say, whether or not there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle, whereby it's our legacy and we need to tell our own truth. And in order to do that, you need to invite all the people.
You know what I'm hoping to happen, right? Is that all of these splintered groups and organizations and family, right, that they are collated together, right? I know it's going to be a thing that we have to do for we. We have to do for we. But there's how many? I think there's four major universities on the island. Would that be correct?
That one I'm not sure. I know we were in UE, but I don't know. And I know that it's a humongous campus, but I don't know the names of the other. I don't know the name of the other.
With all those there, that must be one of the things that needs to be done, because we can have bits and pieces here, there, and everywhere, and we know that the colonial eye and their words are tainted. So imagine now if we had all the evidence and all the truth collated in one piece of works now, right? That would be like a solidify of this is who we are. This is who Jamaica or Jamaica is.
No, yeah, I see and I agree with you on that score. That there is a need for that coming together. And there are some answers that they have that will help in terms of moving Jamaica forward in the country as we are, rather than moving forward in the fractured state that we sometimes find ourselves, and we're arguing over the little things when there are bigger things that we need to be more focused on.
Exactly. Because like even to say, okay, then to just pass it on as a legacy now, and as you know, as generations go by, you have pieces that just all of a sudden, there's going to be pieces of the puzzle missing, but we ain't got no sofa to go and look underneath there to see if we can find the pieces. So we might as well try and put the whole thing together to see what the whole picture is at the same time, So it's I think that it's a thing that needs to be put into the suggestion box.
Well, it is, because that's part of the conversations around the constitutional reforms, that you can't then do the constitutional reforms without recognizing and seeing these groups. You can't write them out of history. They are part of the story, and they are the foundation of the story. And it's because of their backs that Jamaica is where it's at today.
Mhm.
We forget that way of living. All we just do is follow the path that someone else has beat for us, which we've been doing over the hundreds of years.
Exactly.
That path isn't our rhythm.
Hence, that's why we've got all of those myths.
Yeah.
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 Right. So yeah.
We're definitely following a path that, and you think to yourself, okay, there's so many murders, there's so many this, there's so many that, but
Yeah.
we're following someone else's path.
That's nothing to do with your culture.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's to be honest, isn't it? And
Yeah.
look at the track record.
And that's it. That you can look at that easily and quickly and think, okay, yeah, that may be an issue in some parts of the country, but in other parts of the country, not an issue at all. You don't see the police with guns on the road, because if they're going to come in, they often are invited in. And that's one of the conversations that Curry had and has on a regular basis, in terms of the police just, if you're gonna come to my front door, please knock, don't just walk. And in the past, the police have gone there and just wanted to walk in and do their thing. They need to say no. You give me a door, so I'm going to use it. Tell me who you are, what you're here for, and then we will then have a discussion like big people, adult to adult, to see what's going to happen. Because if you're saying that there's someone inside my community that you wish to speak to, then bring it to me first, as the elder within my community, as the leader within my community, and let's see whether or not we can resolve it before I just hand them over to you as just so. So, yeah, it was an interesting. I'm going to still see, like I said, it was an all-day event, and I
know that you're pressed for time at this stage.
No, I'm going to be all right, because I've been looking and I'm okay.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Good.
I thought it's tomorrow. I'm going to be back to back, but at the moment I am good. I can see nothing that says I need to be somewhere within an hour, so I'm good. So I will remain with you for the remaining hour. Do you want to pick out the telephone numbers?
Yes, I will do. Right, it's 0203-289-6504. I saw you calling earlier, and then you just step off. Didn't you? Didn't you? You just step off. Right? Anyhow, 0203-289-6504. If you're phoning from outside of the UK, it's +44, take off the 0, and it's 203 289-6504. Likewise with our texting and also the WhatsApp on +44 7947 479 219 as well. Okay, so you can get in contact with us through any of those means there. Who's the other phone? Oh, this is it. This is it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. Other people. Oh. So that's what we got at the moment. It was good. It was good to see. It was good to see a large gathering. I was surprised at the large gathering, to be honest. Right? They had they were doing the parade up to the the tree. Yeah. I can't hear you, you know. You're on mute.
Yeah, there was a bit of advertising going on. You mean the Kinder Tree?
Kinder Tree, children's tree. That's right.
Mm.
Yeah, Kinder Tree.
Mm.
And there was some shots there, and wow, there was a good gathering there. There must have been a good couple of thousand people there. Would you say?
I would say hundreds rather than thousands, but the space is just because of the perspective. But if the space was bigger, more people would be there. It's just, yeah, space was dictated how many people could be there, and there was a lot of people there. It's part of the ceremony, it's part of the history or our story that they retain on the 6th because the treaty was signed down that side. But yeah, there were a lot of people, a lot of people.
Yeah.
And they're always blessed to have a beautiful day. Yeah, sun shining, and it's just a beautiful day. I've never gone down there and it's been raining.
Or anything now.
They've always blessed to have a beautiful time.
And all the usual regalia is out with the different stalls and things and everything. Yeah.
Let me just see if I can forward something. Yeah, so this is I'll see if I can forward something to you. This is them coming back from the Kinder Tree. This is them just literally then starting the various events and the speakers, etc. I got your name here. I must have your name here. Yeah. So when I with these clips, they're really short and sweet, and the disadvantage was my phone was just heating up way too much. So I've just sent you the clip of when they returned from the Kinder Tree.
Okay. All right, then let's see if I can find that. Then you continue to talk for a little while, and I can find that one.
One of the things I loved what they did. One of the speakers, he was speaking speaking as an elder, but to recognize the elders, and they were giving out certificates, and it was just beautiful to see. I think the certificate to was someone who was 90 years old, and the oldest was 100.
Go ahead.
Got it there. So they just literally recognized the members within the community who had, just in terms of their elders, not just hiding them away or putting them in seen and not heard, but to say, you're here, and their family members, some of their family members came and collected the certificates. So it was a really nice touch. I love that.
Give acknowledgement for who and what. And the thing is that something like that, it just really establish your worth in the community as well.
Yes.
Let me just lay this on here. I'll do it. Yeah, got this on here. There's a minute now. Yes. That's it. Well done. Yes. Right. So that was the parade. That was part of the parade.
That was the parade. That was when after they'd done the significant areas in terms of opening up the celebration and doing the respectful before it starts, doing all the protocols. I'll use that word in terms of a modern day language. They then brought it back into the main square. So I'm sending you something in terms of the main square for you to share some of the conversation. So these are just little clips. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, but this is the first clip of the Charles.
Let me just see this in sequence here.
So this is Acting Colonel Delaney Douglas from Charlestown and some of his dancers.
Okay. And this is they're all dressed in with the African prince as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's good. I was wondering if they would.
So the first one is 58 seconds.
Right, okay, let me just sort myself out. Let me sort myself out. Yeah. Okay. Right. We've got that one. This one. Oh. I haven't got it yet. It hasn't come through yet.
Okay. See, sometimes I think technology happens faster than.
Yeah. It hasn't come through yet. Don't worry. It'll come through.
Okay.
So how was the young children? Were they able to attend at all?
So because it was a school day.
Ah.
Regardless of, so that means the children within the community. There were no young children, so that means that if it's young people outside the school, but none of the. So the children would have been those that were in the community predominantly, but we didn't take any of our young children from Moortown because it's the first day back to school. And next year it's going to be the same, and the year after it's going to be the same, and the year after, until when it falls on either a Saturday or a Sunday. And I think it's because all the other celebrations happen to be on public holidays. So in terms of Heroes Day and Nanny Day celebration, that's a public holiday. 1st of August is a public holiday. And the one that happens in Charlestown happens over a weekend.
Okay. So you're gonna be busy.
Yeah.
Busy. Well, you got enough already on your plate as well. What other things are you involved with?
One of the things that I'm excited about, and when I say excited, I'm saying excited in terms of with a capital E. So there's a conference that's going to be taking place called Beyond the Horizon. Greetings. Beyond the Horizons and Beyond Conference. And that's in August the 8th, 2025, Catalonia Hotel in Montego Bay. And it's the pathway to positive and purposeful aging. So it's recognizing, aging.
I've done that piece already. We did it already.
Yeah, but it's beautiful the fact that you say you've done that piece already, because sometimes we think about our elders as who aren't worthy of a conversation. So they may be sitting on their own and their mind is sharp, they're sharp, they can get up and go, they can do for themselves, but society says you're of an age, sir, you need to sit in the corner. So this conference is effectively taking them out of that said corner, bigging them up for who they are, the contributions that they do and can make to society, and thinking about their highlighting their spiritual and mental well-being, empowering them as seniors, thinking about the building the community, fostering the legacy and the wisdom that they do have, and engaging the introducing them to a deeper understanding of the transformative framework which is empowering seniors to embrace aging as a spiritually enriching process. Yeah, that's something that I'm getting involved in alongside the mentoring that I do for the young man who wishes to be who's going to be a pilot. I shouldn't say wishes to be, who's going to be a pilot. And then the work in relation to Miriam's Haven, and we're looking at what we're going to be doing over the summertime in terms of the children and what's activities and events that we're going to be doing. And there's an activity we're speaking about, and I'm going to just put it out there because, hey, that's me.
Yeah. Put it out there. You never know what will come back.
So we're going to pull together different generations and allow them to speak about their experiences in terms of bringing up a family. So generation who's been there, done that, generation who's currently there, bringing up a young child, and then a generation who's chosen not to. And just to have that open conversation so that the young people, those that we'll be inviting, will have a chance to hear of people's lived experiences. When we're making a decision as a young person, make a decision in Jamaica today, you can make a decision not based on your TikTok or your Facebook or your Instagram or any of those media, and or make a decision based on the support you may or may not have had from your mother and father, because you didn't grow up in a household that had a mother and father and or those around you who could provide that guidance. And make a decision or start to think about things based on something you've heard that has rung that little bell inside of you that says, wake up, pay attention, because they're talking to you. So we're looking at a number of talks. So there'll be a financial talk that I will lead for the children. There'll be the different generationals in terms of the talk. There will be health and safety talk, first aid talk. So we're looking at doing a number of things on that day, but over that week for different parts of the community. So the younger children in terms of the activities and the conversations, the elders and the bigger adults in terms of the various talks, and then looking to potentially organize a football competition just so we can get the community out and get the community together. That's something that's going to happen in the middle of July.
Will this event be live streamed at all?
So we're pulling it together. So that one, I don't know. There may be elements of it that we're going to do. We'll probably record it, but we may not do it in a live stream. But it'd be something that I'll put in the mix to the group.
Yeah, that would be good to because even to say, okay, those who are streaming, there could be like a fundraising element to it as well.
Yeah. I'll definitely put that in the mix, because we're having those conversations to organize and get things up and running.
If they see something in action, then they'll probably be more willing to open their wallet. Huh?
Yeah. I get that. I understand that.
There you go. Send them a goodie bag. Yeah. What else I was gonna ask you?
Did you receive? Have you received the?
Oh, right. Okay. Let me just have a look. Yeah. Let me just have a look here.
See whether or not.
Dun, 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 dun. No, I haven't received it. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. What I'll do. I'll refresh it and then see what will come up. Mm-hmm. Oh yes. Oh no. That's from the last time. Oh no. Got it.
Okay.
By embracing the program. It can be done by employing future generation, passing down lessons, educating, or identify sustainability criteria. Yes, it is definitely for good and so was pure. In closing, let us remember that people of the past are not very close to the authority. They are powerful minds and deep part of the blueprint of our future. I the ability to listen to these people, learn from them, and adapt our actions accordingly. So let us craft the future that seeks the melodies, beat the rhythm, and echoes our past and benefit to the future generation. Right now.
Well done. Well done. Right. That's it. We'll play this on the table. Go on. 13. What is percussion? Drumming on percussion.
That's the bang that they would have played, blown, before they start the dancing, and then this one is just the dancing.
Oh, okay. Decent men's dress too. Ooh. So you see, just when it start get nice now, you cut it off. You see how wicked she is to me? Oh, I hope you're hearing how wicked she is to me. Well done, well done, well done. That's our Jamaican correspondent there. Right, yes, sir. Yeah, man. Well done. Well done. There's yeah, I think that would be a good thing or subject to develop, right? To hear not only from like obviously your observation, but from other people in the community as well. Like how other families are feeling about like what they're facing as well. You know, you can invite them to come onto the program if they wish to, as well. You know, in the near future. Yeah. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah.
You know, because I think that would be interesting to hear. Obviously, other perspectives as well. And if we can have an update from the colonel as well, that would be good as well. To see what his reaction is to that evening or that event. Yeah. What positive things we'll be looking forward to in the future. Also pinpoint of tourism, right? I think you mentioned it a few times before, right? But what's the main days for like a tourist? Like for instance, if somebody's visiting the island now, like would there be like a 1 day or 2 day that you say, oh, this is a tourist day of the area?
So they are looking at. That's a beautiful bird. So they are developing, not developing. They are looking at in that area, looking at that in terms of guides. So there isn't a specific day. Anyone can effectively
just turn up and go on.
Turn up, and there will be a guide that will take them to the various areas. So that means what people tend to do is that if they think about Moortown, they will often think about Nanny Falls first and foremost. So today's a beautiful day, sun shining, 28 degrees.
I wouldn't know about that.
Degrees. But if someone's going to go up there, they're thinking, okay, they're going to want to go up there and swim, going to the falls.
Yeah.
Other places of interest, and some of the other places of interest are the monument. That's the other place that they tend to go. But outside of that, you do have the church, which is one of the oldest churches in Jamaica. Missionaries that were there, they're still entombed inside the church.
They never let them out.
They never let them out. They're there. They then started a school. So the school, in terms of the location, has moved, but it's then, where was it? There is also the bridge that connected the town together, because the Rio Grande runs down the middle. One of the streams within the Rio Grande runs down the middle. There's things that, from a historical point of view, and then there's the trails that individuals can learn about and know about in terms of community outside of just the falls and the monument. So again, you could do it from and I know you said that you're going to do the Twin Peaks.
Yeah, yeah, 3 Peaks, yeah.
Peaks.
Yorkshire.
What about doing that walk in Jamaica?
Well, wait a minute. You're jumping ahead of the thing here. Black men walking.
Yep.
Right. Obviously, bank holiday, first bank holiday of the year is what I'm aiming for at this time. Hurry. I'm getting all the gear together, and we're looking to see if we can collab with other walking groups as well around town, and see who will be interested in doing the 3 Peaks, which consists of a 12-mile walk, but obviously, as it indicates, it's over hills and valleys and things like that. But it's all within apparently the average walker's capability. So you can add another 3 hours on top of that for me. Right. So it should, but in all honesty, it should take about say, I think it's 11 hours, 11 hours, right? That would include breaks as well and all that type of thing. So it's not, let's say it's challenging, but it's not impossible. It's challenging, but it's not impossible. So I know of some people who go there and they do like hill running and things like that, and they complete it within like 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours anyhow. So it is well within our capabilities. But the thing is that it's the unification challenge in that way, right? Now, as I put it out there, I would love to see at least 100 black men and women take on this challenge, right? And be there. And it is in Wales. You can get a train. You can get a train directly there, actually, right? It takes up to think it takes about three or 4 hours to get there from the London area. And yeah, so it's all within our capabilities. If you want to do an overnight stay, then you can do that. We can figure a place of where we're going to start from, and where we're going to finish. No, so usually the usual starting time is about 6 a.m. But black people are ready.
If you're there early enough, and in my humble opinion, if they say the normal starting time is at 6, it means it gives you the full day in order to do it.
Yeah.
You don't want to be doing it and darkness catch you up there.
Darkness catch you down. Yeah.
Or any adverse weather conditions. So I know last strong, my cousin returned back now. I said, I tend to go for a walk. And it's actually the first time I've done it in a little while. And we started out early enough and we chose the right day, whereby it was cool. There was a few blessings, but it was literally just a sprinkle from a blessing point of view. And I thought, yeah, we'd only be out for 3 hours. It was like 4.5, 5 hours later, we were just coming back.
Wow. That's a full day's work.
Yeah, and it is. And we weren't walking on a straight road. It was the route I'd taken. Sometimes I was thinking to myself, do we go left or do we go right? Can't remember which way to go. Then walk down on the main road thinking, well, walking on the main road with no pavement isn't such a good step. So let me find the first and take us back into the hills. Yeah, it was a 4.5 hour journey, 4.5, 5 hours. So if they say start early, respect someone else done there, been there. So it may need to be, if it's 3 hours to get up there, doing an overnight or splitting it over 2 days.
Yeah. I was thinking, well, you know me already, man. So it would have been the Saturday, Sunday, come back Monday type of thing.
Yeah, split. Do it as an overnight. So that means if you do start later, you then do one peak on the first day, and if you're able to negotiate it and come back down, and then on the second day you do the other 2 peaks.
Yeah, you can do it like that.
You're already there, so you can start early.
Yeah, you can do it like that. Yeah, but it all depends what time's the pub closes.
You need to get your refreshments in, but you want to get the right time.
It's going to be embarrassing walking along with a shopping trolley, isn't it? Yeah, give us a hand.
Yeah. No, but then you're going to walk along with a shopping trolley, then you're carrying the weight, which you will be losing as you go through your walk. So there's some logic-ish sort of.
Yeah, but it would be good to have something like that even in Jamaica. You just sort of have a walk or something like that as well. And I'm sure that there are many trails over there.
There are, and in all of the communities within, whether or not it's in Akapong Town or Moortown, Charlestown or Scots Hall. So Charlestown, I never, as much as I'd always pass Charlestown back in the day, I never used to stop there, because going towards Charlestown, which is in Buff Bay, I'd be heading towards the Blue Mountains to get my coffee. And that was the route that if they're in terms of Jamaica Defence Force, when they're doing their practice, and they want the soldiers to get used to cold, they'd take them up. That'd be their hike. block.
Come on, you come from England. You call that cool?
No, but that's one of the few times, many of times, when you go up there and you're going up there in the morning, early morning, you are meeting the clouds. You're becoming one with nature.
Yeah.
And they're not taking them up in the summertime per se. They're taking them up in the winter when it's cooler anyway here.
I do recall a few years ago, right, that there was reports of snow.
That's where you're going to get it. If you're going to see snow in your pool.
And there was a roadblock because these people never see snow before. So there was a roadblock to go and see this snow.
I can believe it, because when you go up there, you need to make sure you've got your hoodie and another hat and potentially something else covering, because like I said, you and the sun, it's like you're flying and all of a sudden you're in the clouds.
Yeah.
You're driving up and you're driving up and you're driving up and you become one with the elements.
Yeah.
You have to take time, because if you go,
maybe when I come out there we can do a trail like that or something.
Well, I used to go up there for the coffee, because that's where the good coffee is. They talk about Jamaican coffee, the best coffee in the world, one of the best coffees in the world, and that's where they would cultivate it, on the side of the hills, the mountains, going towards Blue Mountain.
Yeah. We'll have to see how that works still, you know. Right. Let's do this tester. Right. Welcome, Welcome, brother Pabna.
Your taxi driver. I was inspired to make this call because where she's talking about, I was there last year. It's beautiful. It's really, really, really beautiful out there when she's talking.
Don't let me put on the neighbors. Don't let me put on the neighbors theme, you know.
Right?
I said, don't let me put on the neighbors theme.
When she's talking, it's really, really, really nice up there. It's very high and man, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's really, really spectacular. And they have got a trail up there as well. Where you can walk. They hire a bike. Like say 10 or 20 of you. And you can hire a mountain bike, and you can ride, you could ride right up the top there, you know what I mean? There's a place up there called Greenwich Park.
Oh God.
Oh man, whoa.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's like, it's up in the clouds, you know what I mean?
You being a taxi driver,
the earth is beautiful. The earth is beautiful. There is some spectacular view on earth, really. You know what I mean? I'm telling you,
that's brilliant.
Spectacular, man. Like, if that is heaven, it's nice. It's nice.
You're not getting my island back. No way.
I just try to solidify, strengthen what she's saying. What she's saying is 101% correct. You know what I mean? It's all important, eh?
Yeah. That's good.
It's all in the parts of Portland, you know what I mean? Bombay and Port Antonio and the places there. Really,
you know what?
Nice.
You know one of my favorite spots in London. You know the Horniman Museum, not the Horniman, the Greenwich Observatory.
Oh yes, yes.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That is probably one of my favorite places in London.
Yeah.
You know when I was younger, right? I used to go up there and I say, you know what this reminds me of? You know when Jesus was taken up into the mountain, right? Or he said, and Satan said, look what you can have. You can have all of this if you just bow down and worship me. Isn't it? It just reminds me of that, you know.
I tell you where I've got in London, where I've got another spectacular view as well. Alexander Pally.
Oh yeah, Ali Pally. Yeah,
Alexander Pally.
yeah.
Ali Pally. Ali Pally, Alexander Pally. They just had the darts. The darts competition there. That has got a spectacular view with the night. Really beautiful view. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just far enough away from the madness.
The Cotswold. The Cotswold over here as well is a very very nice countryside area. But you got to be of a certain caliber to even consider living.
You don't have to live. You don't have to live. You just go visit there for the day and mess up the place and come out.
I agree with that.
Bring your bag of rubbish with you and just dash it down.
I agree with that.
No, you should. We need to. We should go visit these places, you know, because I'll tell you something. You know, when you have somebody who come and visit these places, they go and visit all these things, you know, like Stonehenge, right? Adrian's Wall and all them things there. And there's people who in this country who's never even been to them things there. You know what I mean? Oh, where are you going today? Oh, I'm going up to Edinburgh. What? Edinburgh's far, you know. Oh, really? Is it? You know, they just take it like a day trip. Yeah, I'm going up to Edinburgh. Okay. See you later.
Did you know that Jamaica is 186 miles, 146 miles long and 51 miles wide at its widest point? But it seems bigger than that though.
Oh, yeah, because of the difficulty in driving. But then again, they got some new roads now, right?
So
some new what?
They got some new roads now.
The driving on those new.
Go ahead, Sister Sandra.
Driving on the highway, so in leaving Moortown to get to Akapong Town, so you're leaving from the west to get to the east. You could travel to England and get there quicker.
Really?
Yes.
Oh way. You see?
Back in the day, you could travel quite easily to England and get there quicker. Now, with the new roads, it was 6 hours.
6 hours. Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah, but some people would, but it's not 6 hours in comfort. It's 6 hours in, you think to yourself, and the roads, some of the roads, the highways are good. You're on the highway and you could be going from London to Birmingham very, very easily. But in order to get onto the highway and get through Kingston and get out of Portland and go to St. Mary and go through Junction and go on the other side, heading towards Akapong Town. If you've got a nervous disposition and you don't like the gully, you need to choose where you're sitting.
Don't sit on that side of the van, innit?
Yeah, you need to choose where you're sitting.
You don't sit on that side of the van.
But it was fun. We came back. We left at 10. We got back at 4.
Okay.
But yeah, it's still a long journey. So as the brother said, it may be small in terms of miles from one point to another point, but to get anywhere without the system, the transportation or the road system being good, it can take a while.
That's a challenge by itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
Let me just give you a joke about the challenge. Sorry to interrupt you and the brother. So they fixed up one element of the road in terms of from St. Thomas to
because it washed away. It just washed away, isn't it?
Well, it washed away a while ago, but they were looking to fix up. So they're doing the road, the
system in portions. So they've done like the highway, the Mandela Highway. They've fixed some of the roads. What they were going to do was fix very good the road from Portland, Port Antonio, all the way to Kingston via the St. Thomas route. That's been happening before COVID. Is still not finished. That's another conversation. But the thing that I'd like to bring to point is that the road from License to Kingston, they fixed it. It's supposed to be very good. It's like any other road in the UK. So then what they've done is that the government have run in the government bus on that route, and they're charging passengers $100.
Say what?
$100. But that's what their fare is on the public buses, the yellow buses, the transport buses. So in Kingston, you can get around for $100 on a bus. On this route, you can get around for $100. However, the local taxi drivers, cab drivers, minibus drivers are upset because they're saying that they're undercutting because it's $200, $250 on those vehicles.
Yeah.
And the thing that surprises me, or just I'd smile at, I think you guys are complaining about people not using your mode of transport, but because of how you transport people around, the reason they say they're going to go on the government bus is because one bum, one seat. Rather than one bum, one seat, two bums.
Exactly.
So you're going to travel in a mode of comfort.
Yeah.
Prices was just mentioned there, right? I just recalled things are so expensive a yard, right? That oh my goodness. It's only John know
how they survive.
Poor people in Jamaica survive. Yeah, but if you go to Jamaica as a tourist, you would the way the people dress.
Is he gone?
Has he gone?
And the way the people is in a financial dire strait. In Jamaica, one egg is $700. Yeah, 700. One egg. Is 700. 700. 700. What you may call it? Nearly $1,000 for one egg.
Wow.
Yeah?
Wow. That's ridiculous.
That is disgusting. Yeah?
What type of egg? What type of egg is that then?
A can of bully beef. A can of bully beef. Yeah, it's 6,000. It's 6,000.
Ah, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, man.
So those are two things that I don't buy, but I didn't think that they were both that expensive. I know that things in Jamaica are expensive, but I don't believe it's that price.
What did they have a mass culling of birds or something? Did they have bird flu or something over there, sir? Was the scarcity of eggs or something?
No, the eggs were scarcer over the Christmas because a lot of people are baking as well as cooking as well as all the rest of it. But it's not. Everything's gone back normal. But it's not that expensive, as far as I know. It's not that expensive for eggs. I can get 6 eggs in the supermarket for $500, $600.
It must have been a seasonal thing, and they'll see you coming. They see you coming with your fat package. That's what they say. They say Easter come early.
Jamaica is really expensive. But like I say, when you first land in the country, the people that are weird, are really weird. Everything match up, shoes, trousers, top, the whole lot. really something else. I mean, the fashion, the way the people them carry themselves with a certain amount of pride and dignity, and then Jamaica is a cultural, is a cultural center. It really is a black cultural center, really. You know what I mean? Yeah. Brilliant.
You know what I like.
People, I'm Jamaican, you Jamaican. Yeah, the lady Jamaican, right? And Jamaican people, lovely people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what I like. What I do like about it. Yeah, you know what I do like about that though, right? It's when I've seen the downtown area where the arts and the crafts and some of the development down there for businesses as well. You know, I was down in Battersea just a few days ago, right? And I'm looking on it and I'm thinking, I wonder if they're gonna do this down in Jamaica as well. You know, by the harbour and all them things there, right? They just develop it up like so, you know. But obviously, it won't be in my lifetime. But I can see the future or something like that coming. So, you know.
So there's there's work afoot in terms of like extending the highway to Montego Bay.
That's right.
There's work afoot in terms of finishing off the highway from Portland to St. Thomas, so it's good all the way through rather than just on patches.
Yeah.
There's work afoot in terms of some of the, and again within Portland, the market had burnt down. They would like to.
That wasn't suspicious at all.
Well, there's a lot of markets that are burnt down.
Exactly. Somebody's collecting.
Yeah. But they were looking to move the market, but then the people are protesting because it becomes that thing called change. They like where they are, but where they were looking to move it would give more flexibility in terms of cars, people being able to come, do their shopping, jump in a car, move out, do what they're doing. So whether or not that happens, the proposals are there. So they are looking to move things around. So there is an appetite. Will it happen? Who knows? I know the last time I managed to catch a little bit of the news, and the current government was saying how many billions they've spent on the roads. And to be truthful, if they have, there's a lot of people who have not experienced the beauty of those billions.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's mismanagement in terms of how they're spending their money, but then is that any difference to the UK or the US?
All I know, there's a lot of dignitaries who have their fat pocket right now.
And that's in any politics, in any country, in any region, whether
There's
it's
one-way business.
Yeah. So
one-way business of one there. So
I won't necessarily castigate them or say that they they're worse than, because they're not any worse than. But in some senses, there's things that we can do differently and we can do better. And as an individual, when we talk about change, if we don't like what's happening, then what are you doing in front of your own yard to make a difference?
There you go. Exactly the same thing I said earlier on.
You don't have to be doing the singing and the dancing and making enough noise. What are you doing in front of your own yard just to keep it clean, keep it tidy, up? Because no one's not going to do it for you, and there's no point going to someone else's yard and saying, "Oh well, they should be doing this or they should be doing that, or they need a lick of paint." But then, where are you living? Does your place have the lick of paint? And if not, why not?
Exactly. These are the questions that needs to be answered by those who are in charge over there, sir. Right? That's not the only place, because the other islands are going through similar, similar situations or even worse, where they've had the hurricane come through and devastated some places as well, you know. So even for that to get an update on what's happening on the other islands as well, you know, that would be a good thing as well, you know. But anyhow, you know, we're keeping a connection and we're just seeing how things are. Making the mind soul connection, right? Clearing out some good spirits and everything. Right, we're coming to the top of the hour. Would like to do a summary?
Yeah, so you've started the show, and do you have the details? I'd just like you to remind our family of the details for the
New Crossfire.
New Crossfire
I'm going to get it up.
service that's happening this weekend, because I know when I was listening, you mentioned the 18th and you mentioned Sunday, and those 2 days can't be the same. So they've either
there's two events. There's two
Okay.
events, right?
Okay.
So we have the memorial service.
Mhm.
Right, let me just bring this up. You have that, sister, no?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. You have it on the flyer? Or huh? Or you just have it electronic?
So what we want to do, so then I'll keep talking and then you can finish with that.
Yeah.
So we're speaking about the events that happened, your experiences, bearing in mind you lived through it, and just in terms of how you remember it from the day and the various marches. And I love the fact that you said it was because of the elders and some of those in the community, whereby there wasn't any additional bloodshed or anger or frustration that was taken out on a car, a policeman, or a house, or whatever. You guys were able to march and protest and get your point of view across at the time, asking for answers that have never yet been given to you. We spoke about my experiences then in terms of Jamaica and the two events that have happened here in terms of the Maroons celebration in Akapong Town and the symposium that's whereby the Maroons of Jamaica were speaking about their legacy and telling their own truth. And then we've also spoken about change, what it means to us, how it does affect us, but how we as individuals can embrace it as we move forward. So you're just going to share with us the details about...
Right. This is I'm about to read it. The phone went off. Just a second. Okay, I'll get it back. Here we go. Come on now. I don't know why it's doing this to me. Why are you doing this to me right now? No. Right, come on. I'm hoping that it's gonna refresh itself. It's not refreshing itself. Anyhow, I know it's at the church on New Cross Road, 102 New Cross Road, right? And that will be on. Come on now. Where are we? Why is it not coming up? What's going on here? You don't know why it's now come up. Don't know why it's not coming up. That's sure. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, I've got this one back here. All right, let me see if I can.
That's for tomorrow.
This is for tomorrow, yeah. This is for Friday. Oh, right. Okay, then. Right. This is for Friday, actually. Right. So outside the home where the fire actually took place, they're going to be meeting at 9:30 a.m. right outside New Cross, and then 9:40 open address by Dean Gordon, executive head teacher of our Granley Goblins and Lucasvale. That's a school I used to go to, Lucasville, and Granley Garden Winling Gardens Primary School. Right? And then, right, the children are going to read a poem. Bob Marley's song in memory of the 14 victims as well. Right? Derrick Primary School. Wow, there's going to be a lot of children out there today. And then you got the Dean Gordon, McKay Kelly, Janet Shaparo, and the New Cross Fire Service survivors as well. We're going to get those as well out there, laying flowers. So that will all be on the memorial as well. And then we've got the New Cross Fire Memorial in Fordham Park, where they've got a what they call that now? They've got like not a plaque, a monument. Yeah, they've got a monument down there in Fordham Park for the New Cross Fire as well. So that will be tomorrow, right? On Saturday, I know that they're doing a thing down in, and this thing is not refreshing. Why is it not refreshing for me?
All Saints Church.
All Saints Church, 102 New Cross Road, All Saints Church. Let me just see if I can bring it up. Please come up. All right, here we are. There we go. All right, here we go. Well, I've got it here. Have you got this one as well? You got this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, and then you got the memorial service, which is on the 18th at All Saints Church and Community Centre, 105 New Cross Road. Right, and that will be London SE14 5JD. DJ, sorry, 5 DJ. That will be at 10:30 a.m. That's on Saturday. On the Sunday, they're having an annual remembrance as well, and reflection and prayer, open day. Right, so that will be at Heber Green Crematorium Chapel, Verdant Lane, London, SE6, and that will be TTP, right? So that will be at the crematorium, and that will be on the 19th, right? So that'll be Sunday, and that will be open from 10:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. So you can go there and have a meditation or prayer in whatever way you want to commemorate that event there, right? But I would say, please just have the reverence over this few days and over some time over the weekend to just put them into your mind, talk about them with somebody, mention them as well, and just bring their presence to life, because it was a tragic event, and the future is really in our hands, right? And as a community, we don't want these things to be happening again, and hopefully that it shall be resolved in the future in one way or another. Sister Sandra?
Brother Aston, Blacknificent family. Peace.
Peace, she says. Yeah. We don't know about your peace, You going fishing this weekend? I don't know. All right, you take care now.
Okay.
Right, next up will be our sister Noah. And I go to the land of never, ever want me to. Just to prove my love with you. Oh, baby, it's the way I'm feeling. I've got so much to say. Lady, this love I'm revealing is stronger every day. So give me my heart and give me my soul. And you can take it on control. Give me my time, all I'm divine. But baby, don't you ever treat me wrong. Give me my heart. Give me my soul, give me take control. Give me my time, all I can find.
But baby, don't you ever treat me wrong, because I got a you got love. Every night in my dreams, oh my darling, calling out your name. I got the thrill feeling in my sleep. Yeah. When I'm awake, all I do is imagine we have you and me. Between the years, oh baby, love is so tender, such a special way. Oh baby, I'm surrendered, and you just want to say, I'll give you my heart, I'll give you my soul, and you can take control. Give me my time, all I can find, baby, don't you ever treat me wrong. Give me my heart, give me my soul, you can make me take control. Give me my time, all I can find, baby, don't you ever treat me wrong. I gotta you got love. You got I wanna be the man that you're ready to talk to. Whatever you need to show some to cry on. Yeah. Just want to get together. Ever. All I am. The kind you can rely on. Oh, baby. Just don't feel it. I can't wait no more. Oh, lady. Love, I'm addicted. It's so true for sure. Give me my heart, give me my soul. You can make me take control. Give me my time, all I can find. Baby, don't you ever treat me wrong. Give me my heart, give me my soul. You can take control. Give me my time, all I can find. Don't you ever treat me wrong. Give me my heart. Give it my soul, and make you take control. Give it my time, all I can find.
Oh yeah.
Here we go, running down. Here we go, running down. Here we go,